do the window, you sorts. Just sit. Okay, sit. Bye-bye. Stop. Yes, go.
Sit, mate. Off, 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 off. Victor, off, 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 off. Sit, stay. Stay. Sit, Victor. Here, 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 here. Steady, stop. Sit. Off. Sit here. Off. 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 Stay. Stop. Right up. Right up. Right up. Here, mate. Here. 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 Stop. Stop now.
Yeah.
Back. Sit. Sit. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Wait there. Come here. Sit. 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 Quick. Stop, 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 stop. Get up, get up, get right up, get right up. Hey, Becky, Becky. Hey, Becky, 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 back, 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 back. Good. Good. Push, push. Push, push. Good, stop, stop. Hey. Emma. Here, Em, come up here. Here, Emma, come up here. Here, come up, come up here, come up here, come up here. Back.
Steady. Here. Stop. Ross, sit. Ross, sit. Get up. Here, Ross. Here, Ross. Stop. Stop. Here, Ross. Here, Ross. Back. Sit, get off. Get off. Sit. Sit. Get off. Get off. Spook. Sit. Spook. Sit. 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 Get off. Sit. Come here. Sit. Sit. Steady. 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 Sit. Off. Get off. Get off.
your coffee?
You want one too?
Yeah, I'll make it for you. So, yeah, so one's enough.
Probably two.
You want another coffee and sugar? One sugar and milk?
Thanks.
Going for just have a toilet break. Yeah. Who was next?
We'll just have a 5-minute break while the judge has a little break, and we'll be back into the COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Championship very shortly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had 10 minutes ago and it was cold. It said it was thick. I'm glad that last one was picked up. It stopped busting through. I was really going to go beyond the trailer. And then when you said he's going to want another coffee, I thought there's no more room.
That's when you yell out, oh, your dog just bit myself.
Right, yeah. All good.
Okay, Judge Rob Hart back on deck, so we'll continue on with the COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Championship. We're up to dog number 9 for the morning, so we're not quite halfway through. And out of the 25 that will run this morning, we'll end up with the top 6 to run this afternoon in the final of the Victorian Farm Dog Championship.
Right, so we're trying to keep up with you, Jeff McDougall running around the shop.
I'll grab the baby one, Jeff.
top scores this morning so far is Bree Cudmore has run a 93. That'll be added on to a 95 that she got for that dog yesterday. So 188, that is the leading score at this stage. Just behind that there is Joe Spicer, who got a 92 this morning. Add that onto his 85 from yesterday for Broken River Bank. It's 177. So some more big scores will come in.
Sit. Stop here. Sit down. He's good. He's good. Come. He's good. Stop. Stop. No. Stop. 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 Sit down. Sit down.
We're out in court at the moment. We've got Herb Cooper.
Right. Go up. Go up. Go up. Back here. Here. Sit down.
Coming down to Victoria, Herb originally from St George in Queensland. He had a good score yesterday with this dog. He got a score of 80. So whatever he gets here shortly will be added on to the 80 to see if he can get into the top 6 that will run off this afternoon for the COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Championship.
Sit down. Sit down.
Our judge for yesterday and today is Mr. Rob Hart. Rob comes from Kilwalla, which is a small community just east of Beaufort. Rob's originally from Tasmania, from Campbelltown, so he knows what it's like to be in in the cold, out in the cold. There's no colder place on earth than Campbelltown in Tasmania.
Keep it on. Keep it on. See. 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 Get over.
Hert's getting towards the end of his run. He's just got to put this little mob of sheep away.
See. Good.
So 5 sheep get left in the yard. 15 get taken away. The judge in his briefing this morning has told all the handlers exactly where he wants the sheep to be put as they get taken around the course.
Yeah. Ace what?
And in this little stage here, the judge wants them placed pretty much against the COPRICE sign up there. So you guys be the judge. Don't quite look to be near the sign, so the judge will be taking a few points off perhaps. Anyway, do it. Hert's just got to get them through the gate, get the gate shut before the bell goes. And you get himself a score. That's the end of Hert's run. He's got 10 minutes to do the course in. He did that in a time of 6.5 minutes, so he had plenty of time left up his sleeve. And we'll get a score very shortly from Judge Rob Hart. He had 100 points when he went out there, but I doubt that he'll have 100 points still. Judge just tells us that he took 28 points off Herb, so Herb will have a score of 72. Coming out on course now, we have a relatively new trialer in Ryan Lenihan. Ryan's he hasn't been trialling for very long, and already he's at a very high standard to be competing here at Sheepvention in the championships. Ryan's from Penshurst. He manages the property at Penshurst. So Ryan made fairly short work of that with his little dog Ziggy. Ziggy's a 5-year-old dog. Ryan's had him since he was a puppy, got him from Queensland. So during the week, Ryan would have this bloke at home working on the place that he manages at Penshurst. They run about 5,000 composite ewes. So everything we're doing here today pretty much tries to replicate what happens on a normal farm. Working sheep through a series of yards, muster out of the paddock, up into the yards, into a drench race where they're about to go now, out of the drench race, through a draft, up onto a truck, off a truck, and then take them away. Even though it's a lot smaller scale, quite often it's a lot easier to work a big mob than what it is with just a small mob of hoggets. Ryan's not allowed to do anything. The only thing Ryan's allowed to do out there is open and close gates. He's not allowed to assist his dog in any way. We've got them into the drench race there now, and now the dog has to pack those sheep firmly, so the dog's got to go up over the top. And then he comes back through them, and as he's coming back through them, the sheep jump the dog, and that forces the sheep to move up firmly in that drench race so that you're able to do any of those animal husbandry things you might need to do, some vaccinating, injecting. Again, the dog came up and brought those sheep come out of the drench race, so they weren't allowed to do anything there. Now they get themselves organised to go into the draft. Dog goes up and clears the sheep away from the gate so that Ryan can open it. And he'll get himself set up in the draft there. And then he'll tell the dog to go around the sheep and see if he can get a flow straight up that draft. So we'll be looking for a leader to come out of that mob straight away, because the sooner that he can do it, the less problems there's going to be, the less points will come off. With the dog up there now working, trying to create a lead. Once he gets a lead, ideally you want all the rest of the sheep to come through without any blockages. So once you get them low, you need the dog to back off and leave the stock alone. There's a little blockage there now. The judge will be looking at that. Looking going again. So the judge is just looking for perfection. Got the draft completed. Before the competition started this morning, Judge Rob Hart spoke to all the handlers and told them exactly what he wanted to happen. With the draft, for example, he wanted so many in one yard and so many in another yard in a certain order. So there's a fair bit going on out there. It's not just a matter of running and sheep through the draft and put them where you like. That gate has just come open at the back. Get Rob to might want to shut that gate.
There, stop the clock.
He's asking for the clock to be stopped. That won't be possibly won't be a problem for Ryan. There'll be no points off for that. It perhaps wasn't connected properly last time. So no harm done. Once Rob gets back into position, we'll be asking for the clock to start again, because we've got 10 minutes that Ryan's allowed to do this course. The clock is running again. Ryan sends his dog up and he'll get all those sheep to come off in an orderly fashion, which he seems to have done. He'll get that gate shut, reposition himself. Got to remember what the judge has requested he do next. Let these sheep out and then get himself set for the trip home. He's a good calm worker, young Ryan. He keeps working very slowly and steadily, staying calm to try and keep his dog calm. Just a natural stockman. And now we'll see how he gets on with this little dog, whether he can get those sheep set up exactly where the judge has asked that they be set up. The judge has asked that they be set up right against that COPRICE sign up the end of the yard. So Ryan's just manipulating that mob with his little dog. Just nudging them a little bit. Now he'll get the dog to come around and hold them there. So he certainly doesn't want the dog to come up any closer than where he is now. He wants those sheep to be held there until he gets the gate open. Once he gets the gate open, he'll instruct his dog to come around and send those sheep on their way. And all that looks very tidy. The gate will close, the bell will go, be the end of Ryan's run. And Ryan will be hoping that he's got himself a good score to try and get himself into the final for this afternoon. COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Champion for 2024.
The guys asked me to put a microphone over there and
Right, yeah. Lara, just wait 2 seconds. Just got a little bit of audio tech.
Oh, the live stream guys over there
Just
reckon
have a little moment. This event is being live streamed. We've got technician
Two little ducks.
Danny Rubin here with cameras set up around the course. You'll see a camera up on top of the platform there. There's another one off to the side of the platform. So Danny is live streaming this across onto the Victorian Yard Utility Farm Dog Association's Facebook page, so there'll be people watching this from far and wide. I'm just making a few adjustments and then we'll get underway again. So Ryan Lenihan had a score of 78 with that last run. That'll be added on to his score from yesterday where he ran a 79, so he's consistent. He probably would have been hoping for a better score than that if he wishes to get into the top 6 for this afternoon. So already this morning we've had a couple of scores in the 90s. Joe Spicer with Broken River Bank scored a 92. Bree Cudmore, the reigning champion here at Sheepvention, she scored a 93. Our next competitor is another newcomer to trialling, young Lara Herman from Hamilton. She'll be coming out shortly with her little dog Bear. So good to see these young people competing at such a high level. They're certainly learning how to train dogs, how to work livestock. Lara works on the family property just out of Hamilton, and she also works for the Go-Getter Kelpie Stud, Joe Spicer's Kelpie Stud. Lara spends a couple of days a week helping Joe with his dogs. That's a really nice cast for that dog that Lara's got, nice deep cast. Now she's just got to try and get those sheep settled right down. Stop moving around too much and just coming as straight as line as possible up towards the yards. Lara's really got a work cut out here trying to get this mob settled down. That dog's trying to be everywhere at once. So that would have definitely be some points come off there with those sheep going way off course. she got the job sorted out eventually and got them into the yard. Would have been a few points off out there for the sheep going way off course, but anyway, that happens. Got them back where she wants them now. She's just got to bring these two mobs together. Can be quite a bit challenge here because when Lara opens that gate, we don't want the sheep getting stuck behind the gate, and she's wheeled the dog around perfectly and got those sheep, dug those sheep out nicely, got them together. And from here she heads up the drenching race. Once again, just get the dog to cease work while she gets the gates organised. And then she sends a little dog on its way. She's going to hope that one of these sheep just goes straight up there, and it does exactly that. Really nicely done. Now we want all these sheep to come into that drenching race one after the other without any blockages. And now get that little dog to pat those sheep firmly in the drench race. She's got 10 minutes to complete the course. She took them a little while to get into the yard, but now she's got into the yard. She's motoring around the course now. Drench race is finished. Now she's heading for the draft. So Lara's got the draft component of the trial finished. Now she's just about to put them up onto the platform, which resembles loading a transport out in the farm. Just trying to get the volume set on the speakers, so just let us know if they're too high or not high enough. Lara got them up onto the platform without too much trouble, and she's got them back off again fairly smoothly. There's a fair bit going on for Lara out there. She's got to remember exactly what the judge has told her to do, which pen to go into next. Okay, so there's 5 sheep do it, Sarah's not allowed to do it. If the judge thinks that those sheep move before I walk up there with an infected blood cell, that dog's responsible for everything. And she's got the gate open and she's just about to put them away, so Sarah's only new to this trialing game.
No audio coming in.
Great to see. She's really
None.
this level of competition.
No audio.
Okay, we'll have a
Oh,
score
it's got
for
down.
you
Yep.
very shortly.
Better.
She did it in a time of 7.5 minutes, so she had plenty of time left. And the judge, Rob Hart, took 24 off, so she got a score of 76. That'll be added onto her score from yesterday, where she scored a 91. So she had a better run yesterday than she had today. Out on course now is Michelle Kerr with her dog Rafa. Judge Rob Hart has just decided that those sheep were going to give Michelle a bit of an advantage. They'd come too far up the course, so he's just putting them back down so that the dogs are all on a level playing field. Okay, he started the clock, so away we go. This is the start of 10 minutes that she's got to do the entire course. So the object from now will be to bring those sheep around Michelle's right-hand shoulder. So he doesn't want them to come right over onto the fence, he just wants them to come in a straight line on Michelle's right-hand side. We'll try and settle those sheep right down so that it makes it a lot easier to get them through the yards. Little dog's working overtime out there, just trying to get gates cleared and hold that mob together so that Michelle can get them into the yard, which she's achieved. So Michelle's from Ballyang near Geelong. Her trialling with her dogs is a hobby for her. She doesn't work on a farm. She works for a transport business. Many of you would have heard of Reardons. They're big on fuel transport, grain transport. So Michelle's heavily involved with Reardons transports. And just as in her spare time, she likes to get her dogs and go out and go trialling. 7-year-old, this dog. She's had him since he was a pup. She got him off to get his family, Scorioka. And she tells me she's just been to Scorioka stud and got another pup, so she's got another one she's going to train up for trialling. So most of the dogs that you'll see here today are actually, during the week, they are working on large properties or on stock contracting businesses. But occasionally we'll have someone that has just got their dogs as a hobby, and in their, as a pastime, they'll load their dogs up and head off like Michelle has and compete in the trials. Michelle's got a small block of land down where she lives. She'll have a few sheep on there just for training the new pup. Okay, Michelle's got the draft completed, hopefully in the order that the judge has asked. He wants 5 sheep in one pen and 15 in another. Now Michelle will put those 15 up onto a platform, up onto the trailer. So what the judge is looking for here is just a continual flow in a forward motion and with the stock. Don't want the stock going where they've already been. So just in a forward motion right through the whole course in a controlled manner. So we don't want the sheep bouncing off fences or gates. Certainly doesn't want the dog to do anything untoward towards the stock. We don't want any biting or cutting any off. So it's very important that the dogs be kept under control just so that the sheep don't get knocked around. This is the only dog that Michelle's got here in this competition, so she doesn't have any second chances. Yesterday she got a score of 85, and she'd be hoping to at least better that to try and get into the final 6 for this afternoon. Okay, Michelle completes her round. We'll have a score here shortly for you. Once again, plenty of time left. She didn't go anywhere near like using all the 10 minutes that's allocated to her. $22 points off, that'll give her a score of 78. So out on course now we've got Ryan Arnell. Ryan's from Eddington over near Malden. He used to do a bit of trialling a few years ago, and then he had a break from trialling. And now he's decided he would like to get back into it. Trying to get that dog to go into around the right direction to dig those 5 sheep out so he can box them together. Ryan's big in the thoroughbred racing scene. He runs a breeding program for thoroughbreds up on his property at Eddington. So Ryan used to do some trialling about 14, 15 years ago. He used to train a few dogs up, used to sell them at Casterton and other places, but then he went right out of dogs while he developed his racehorse business. Now he's hoping to get back into the trialling. He had a good run here yesterday. He had a score of 89. Just needs another very good run now to add to that 89 to see if he can get into the top 6 for this afternoon. Things probably haven't been going quite as well as he would have liked. There was a few points off trying to get the sheep into the yards in the first place. And even emptying the drench race just then, it certainly wasn't perfect. So Judge Rob Hart is keeping a close eye on things out there. Need to be able to pay perfection, so Rob's got a thing in his mind about what would be perfect, and anything less than perfect is going to be points deducted. Okay, Ryan's got his draft section completed. Ryan made his first appearance here at Sheepvention last year, and he came here with this dog as an encourage worker, so he was only just starting trialling again. This dog came second in the encourage last year, and now he's back here this year, and he's worked his way up to qualify for the championship. And from here he's just going to try and get into the top 6 for this afternoon. For this afternoon's final. And with a score of 89 yesterday, he needs to probably at least equal that or better that. In a previous life, before he got involved with racehorses, Ryan used to work on Ballingill Station out at Skipton, so he certainly would have had a big team of dogs there, big numbers of livestock. So dogs certainly aren't new to him. He's probably just in the process now of rebuilding a team. Probably got a few young dogs at home just coming on. Got to make sure he can move those sheep away from the gate so that when he opens it, he doesn't interfere with the sheep. Got the gate open now, he just wants all those sheep to go through together, and that'll be the end of his run. So an encouraged worker last year, and he's a championship worker this year, so he's certainly on the move. He had a bit over a minute left up his sleeve, so he took not quite 9 minutes. So 38 points off, so that certainly won't be enough to get him into the 6th this afternoon, so that'll be the end of Ryan's participation here at Sheepvention for this year. The dog trialling started here on Saturday morning, and we've been going non-stop since then. So we started off with about 120 dogs, and all that's going to finish up this afternoon with the top 6. So whoever gets into the top 6 will need to have had 3 good runs to qualify. And unfortunately for Ryan, he won't be one of them. His campaign is over for this year here. On course now is Gary Sharrock from Bite Bite. This is proving to be a very challenging part of the course. Really got to have those sheep out of there so that Gary can come up and open the gate. Okay, so Gary's experienced enough to know that that wasn't an ideal start of his round. All that work you've seen happening out in the paddock trying to get those sheep in, the more running around and more work that was happening out there, there'll be points coming off. It's a very difficult part of this course because you've got to try, and the dog has really got to work 180 degrees of the mob. And so you certainly don't want to unsettle the sheep on the way in, otherwise it makes them very hard to deal with when you're trying to get them into the yards here. So all that running around the sheep were doing out there was points coming off. Ideally, that just need the mob to come up and have the dog just hold them away from the gate while Gary comes forward and open it, but it's easier said than done. Everyone is struggling with it today. However, Gary puts that behind him now, and he knows that just he'll concentrate on what's about to happen, not what has just happened. Gary hasn't been doing much trialling in recent times. He used to do a lot a few years ago. He had a lot of success. He's won the championship here, but quite a few years ago, it was around 2011, Gary won the silverware here at Sheepvention with a dog called Will. And then he had a break from trialling for a number of years, but he's back here now with this little dog called Gov. And I think this dog is actually related to Will, that won the championship here in 2011. So Gary's got a farm at Bite near Darren Allen. Works in part, it's a family farm. Gary's son is there and he's runs the cropping program. Gary pretty much looks after the livestock side of things. Gary's done a lot of judging. He certainly knows what's required out here to get a good score. He had a score yesterday of 79, so he only just scraped into the championship yesterday. So he's going to need a very good score to get any further than this run. To get into the finals, he would need an exceptionally good score, maybe not even possible. But he'll still do the best he can. This dog's only 4-year-old, which is relatively young to be competing at this level of competition. A lot of the dogs that are here that are getting the real good scores, they'll be 6, 7, 8-year-old. They'll have matured, mellowed somewhat. So this little dog's really working overtime trying to pick out a leader to load this truck. So the more work that dog's doing and not having a result will be costing Gary points. He knows that. Finally, he's got a leader to take all these sheep up onto the truck. And as soon as that last sheep is up on the ramp, Gary's allowed to send his dog around to bring them straight off again. Once again, he wants them all to come off one after the other with no blockages, with the least amount of work possible. Now he just needs to settle everything down again because he needs these sheep relaxed and calm to do the rest of the course. So a big thank you to all the sponsors that helped make this event possible. Yesterday we ran the Pro Way Livestock Equipment Open. So Proway have certainly contributed in no small manner to the success of this event. For many years here at Sheepvention we used to have to set up the yards with portable panels. However, last year Proway came on board and offered us this magnificent set of sheep yards, a permanent set of sheep yards, a wonderful asset to the showgrounds here at Hamilton. So Proway made this set of yards available to us at no cost. So we're extremely grateful to them. You'll notice that they also have their site just adjacent to the dog trials. So if you're thinking about updating your infrastructure back on your farm, we'll just call in there and see John O'Withers or Tim Rook. They'll be only too pleased to have a chat to you. And certainly have a look at the new yards that we've got here with all the features, with the gate handles and the oval shaped tubing, etc. Anyway, Gary's just about finished his round. He's got those sheep put away. The gate will shut, the bell will go, and we'll have a score for you. I think Gary knows that that score will not be good enough probably to get him into the final 6 for this afternoon. So the judge managed to take 47 points off Gary, so it certainly wasn't one of his better runs. That's a score of 53. Add that onto his 79 and from yesterday, and that'll be the end of Gary's campaign here at Sheepvention for 2024. Okay, out on course now, we've got a fella that's come a long way to compete here at Sheepvention, another young trialer, fairly new to the game, Andrew Whelan. Andrew's from Bairnsdale in East Gippsland. Andrew had a very good score here yesterday with this dog. He ran a 92, so that stands him in good stead to get into the final. If he was to be able to replicate that score and get another 92, Andrew would be feeling quite positive about being in the final for this afternoon. But all that rests on what happens in the next 10 minutes.
Over.
Okay, that looked pretty tidy compared to the last few runs. Wasn't too many dramas out there. So Andrew manages the family property at Bairnsdale. They run a lot of cattle. They've got about 550 breeding cattle. So this dog, tomorrow when he goes home, he'll be working cattle. He won't be working sheep. Andrew had a bit of success with this dog down in Gippsland earlier this year when he came first at the Foster show. So Andrew started breeding a few dogs. He likes his dogs and he's putting together a good line, starting to breed a few pups.
Girls, off. Get off. Get off. Get off. Get off. Get off. Stop. Right. Here.
He's just making sure that he's got all those sheep packed firmly in the race. That's what the judges asked for. And the judges also asked that the dog come up over the top to help empty the race, which has happened. Now he'll just send his little dog around to clear that next gate so he can continue on and do the draft. He's only been trialling about 3 years, but he's never been to Sheepvention before, so he's decided to make the journey, and he's done well so far to get into the championship. And with the 92 yesterday, if he could just do that again here now, his prospects be looking brighter. Stopping the clock, we'll just put those sheep back in. So there's no points off here for Andrew, just a little gate mightn't have quite closed properly last time, so we'll just put those sheep back in there. Well, the clock is stopped. Andrew will just get his dog to cease work. Just put those sheep back in there, and then the clock will start again. And we'll continue on, so no harm done. Hey, Andrew's just got his dog there, just getting him to just relax while he gets the yards and the sheep set up again. Rob will let us know when he wants us to start the clock again. Okay, so the trial has recommenced. So no points off the dog for that happening. So now Andrew will just see if he can get these sheep to go up onto this truck with the least amount of work. That's pretty well done, no dramas there. And now bring them off again in the same manner. So Andrew's dogs are based on the Pomander bloodlines, Pomander being Nancy Withers Kelpie stud over at Casterton. He's a long-time breeder of quality working dogs. Pomander's very well known throughout the livestock industry in Australia and possibly overseas. Nancy would have competed here herself some years ago with great success. And the bloodline continues. So it just shows the versatility of these Kelpies. So at home Andrew's working big mobs of cattle with these dogs. And then he decides to go to a trial and the dog's got to work small numbers of sheep with great finesse. Andrew just takes off. He's got great confidence in his dog that dog will have these sheep set up by the time he gets to the gate, because he's not allowed to stop walking. And the judges asked that those sheep be set up at the COPRICE sign, which looks pretty good from where we are. Andrew gets the gate open. Now we just want the sheep all to go out there without any trouble. And out they go, they're on their way. Andrew will get the gate shut. The dog has got to stay on this side. That all happens, the bell goes in a time of 7 minutes 14, so he had plenty of time left up his sleeve. As I said, he had a score of 92 with this dog yesterday, so what can he add on to that score? Is it enough to get him into a final? We'll find out shortly. The judge is just going to make an alteration to a gate catch here. So we'll have a score very shortly for Andrew. So 11 points off, not quite as good a run as what he had yesterday, so that's a score of 89, that'll be added on to his 92. And we'll just see if that's good enough to get into the top 6. It probably is at the moment, but there's quite a few dogs to come yet. So out on course we've got Brad Watts. That score of Andrews has actually got him sitting in second place at the moment, but there's still quite a few dogs to come, so that can change. So Brad Watts out here at the moment. Brad comes from Teesdale down near Geelong. Brad's a shearer by trade. And he's also a qualified electrician. And in his spare time he loves to load his dogs up and go dog trialling.
Stop.
Okay, I think our judge might have found 1 or 2 points off there, perhaps. Probably a bit less than perfect, but it's been a very challenging part of the course all morning. So a big shout out to Brad's children. Brad's got a couple of kids who'll be sitting home on the couch watching the live streaming. So they'll be barracking for Dad. So g'day kids. This event's being live streamed on the Victorian Yard and Utility Farm Dog Association Facebook page. And Brad's #1 fans will be his kids. He'll be sitting home fair, making lots of noise, hoping Dad does well. So only a 3-year-old dog, very young to be competing at this level. A lot of years in front of this dog yet. He'll mature a lot, he'll mellow, he'll settle down, he'll learn a lot. Brad actually came second in the championships at Bendigo at the recent Sheep and Wool show, but it wasn't with this dog. The dog that he managed to do that with was a dog called Chili, but she's on season at the moment, so she's not allowed to compete here at Sheepvention. So he's on a bit of a roll, but he unfortunately wasn't able to bring that dog here to this competition. He had a very good score yesterday of 92 with this dog, so he done the hard work yesterday to be able to get into the championship, and to go in with a score of 92 will stand him in good stead. If he can back that up again and repeat that performance, it'll stand him in good stead for getting into the final 6 this afternoon. So we started off here on Saturday morning at 8 o'clock. We started here with about 120 dogs. And by midday we're going to have that narrowed right down to the tops, the best 6. And those best 6 will run off for the... See who wears the crown of the COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Champion for 2024. So it'll be 3 full days of competition. Big thank you for COPRICE. COPRICE come on board many years ago to support this event. COPRICE, of course, the manufacturers of quality working dog food, so all the dogs that you see working here, their nutritional requirements are well and truly sorted by the use of COPRICE's quality products. And if anyone's got any questions about what they should be feeding their dog or how much, just come up to the COPRICE stand here and you'll catch up with Mel and Thea, who are only too happy to have a chat to you about the requirements. A lot of people this year too also have been using COPRICE's formulated pellets for their sheep in this very trying season that we've been having. COPRICE came on board a number of years ago and liked what we were doing by encouraging these young dog handlers, dog owners, dog handlers to work their stock correctly, work their dogs correctly, look after their dogs. So COPRICE liked what we were doing and came on board and gave us their support so we can run these events. So Brad's just one of the many young triallers that we've seen here over the weekend. He's only been trialling for 2 years, but he'll have learnt so much about how to train dogs, how to work livestock. There's nothing like going trialling to teach you all those things. So any person that would think they've got a dog at home that they'd like to get into this sport of dog trialling, all you need to do is speak to anyone that you've seen competing out here today, and they'd be only too happy to have a chat to you about what you need to do. And certainly encourage anyone that uses dogs with livestock to come trialling and learn the fine art of dog training and working livestock the correct way, looking after your livestock. Trialling is really structured to teach people to work stock correctly. As you can see, all Andrew is doing out there is opening and closing gates, and that's about what humans are good for. Certainly don't want humans going around hunting sheep around. That's what dogs are far better at. So you'll hear a lot of these dog trainers. You'll hear them talking about working dogs on balance and balance training. And that certainly is a crucial part of training a young dog, is to encourage them to use their natural instincts, to teach them to balance stock up to the handler. So balance is the crucial word. And that's exactly what's happening here. This little dog's just balancing those sheep up, holding them all together. And all Andrew's doing is going from gate to gate, opening and closing gates, instructing his dog. Once again, there's perfect balance there, that dog balancing that mob of sheep up. So when you're training pups, you really focus on balance, balance, balance. Okay, Andrews has finished his run. We'll have a score for you. He ran a 92 yesterday. That will be added onto this score, and will it be enough to get him into the top 6 for this afternoon? He had a time of 8 minutes 32. He had plenty of time left up his sleeve. So not quite as good a run as he had yesterday, so 20 points off. But Judge Rob Hart found a few little misdemeanours in amongst that run, took 20 points off, so he scores 80, added on to his 92. And he may not, there's still quite a few runners to come, so that may not be enough to get him into the top 6. So out on course now, we've got a competitor that has won this event before. Kate Jubb. Kate's from Hexham. She won this event in 2019. So she won the COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Championship here at Sheepvention in 2019. She knows what it's all about. She's only young herself, but she's been trialing for a number of years. She wasn't very old when she started. Her whole family used to trial, and Kate would have started when she was only midway through her teenage years. Kate's got them beautifully set up there, just holding them there while she comes up and opens the gate. A lot of people have had trouble here. Kate seems to have worked it out. So even though she's not very old, Kate's a very experienced trialer, and her dog is a very experienced trial dog, as well as I work. This dog also works home in the contracting business. So this dog called Cruise. So this is the dog that Kate won here in 2019, won the championship. She's going to try and do it again. Since then, she's competed in the Australian Yard Dog Championship on 2 occasions, and she's come second both times. So Kate and this dog, awesome combination. They've got second place in the Australian Championships on 2 occasions. She's won a state championship a couple of years ago with this dog. She's had him since he was a pup. So Kate and her partner Mitch Jubb run a big contracting business, livestock contracting business. They would have a big team of dogs, and Cruz is just one of them. Little dog's working overtime, trying to get everything done for Kate here, trying to get those sheep to come out all one after the other. Little break in the flow there that might cost her a point or so. Got them all out now, just get the gate shut. Dog will go around and position itself against the next gate so that Kate can open it. Very important that we have really good control with these dogs. We need them to get them to cease work and then all of a sudden to start work again when we ask them to. And that was very well done. That dog didn't have to do much at all, just to sneak around behind them, and there was a leader took the rest of them up. You've got a little blockage happening here. It's going again. It's all coming. The dog's not doing anything. Don't want the dog to do anything while the sheep are flowing like that. So Kate's got a pretty busy life, as well as travelling around doing some trials. They've got the stock contracting business that Kate's heavily involved in, and she's got 3 young children. They also run about 1,000 acres down at Hexham as well, so they've got a lot happening in their lives. And all of it pretty much revolves around livestock and dogs. Kate's mum and dad trialled for a lot of years, so the kids grew up travelling around, taking dogs around to trials. A good leader there, but he started to come and then he decided he had other thoughts. Cruz will sort him out. So Kate's going to call Cruz up. She does that. Encourages those sheep to come off that ramp. Another one of our good sponsors here today is Dawn to Dusk. You'll see their stand just adjacent to the COPRICE stand. Got Lloydie Feltham there selling dog collars and dog leads, and I see he's also got clothing there. So Lloyd has been a supporter of ours for a number of years and also a pretty keen dog man. So call in and see Lloyd at Dawn to Dusk, see what he's got there, have a chat to him. And Kate's here getting things sorted out. So little instances like that, the judge will think, well, did the dog cause that or didn't it? And if the dog did cause it, if the judge deems that the dog caused it, there'd be points off. Now she'll send Cruz down along that fence just to peel them off the gate. I think Cruz has just lost his concentration for a moment there. Kate will just hope that he keeps it all together until she can get those sheep through the gate. Yesterday with a score of 89, so she'll be looking for a score of 90 plus for this run. We'll see how it goes. There's nothing more she can do. That run is now complete. We'll have a score for you. So she had plenty of time. She still had 2 minutes up her sleeve. Most of these people are competing this course in about 8 minutes. They're allowed 10. So 13 points off. It'll be touch and go whether that's enough to get her into the championship final. It'll just depend how these next few handlers go. Coming out on course now, we've got Philip James. Philip's from Jindervik, down in Gippsland. Made the journey up here to Sheepvention. Philip would be hoping that he has as much success as his son had over yesterday. His son Adam competed at the Australian Utility Championships up at Nyngan yesterday and had a big win. Was a massive win with a dog called Moss. And Moss is actually the father of this dog that you see Philip working out there at the moment. So Philip's son Adam, who's had enormous success with his trialling, only a young fella, but he got another feather in his cap yesterday by winning the Australian Utility Championships up at Nyngan with a dog called Moss. Just trying to get this mob to settle down and just hold there in one position while Philip comes forward and opens the gate, and that's pretty good positioning right there. I think Philip will be pretty happy with that, to get them in there in that amount of time with not too many issues. So Philip's son Adam, who was just talking about, that won the Australian Utility Championships yesterday in Nyngan. Adam's had a lot more success than his dad at trialling. But Philip still goes well. Philip actually won trial with this dog back in April. He won the East Gippsland at the East Gippsland Field Days. And as I said, this dog that Philip's using now, his father was the dog that won the Australian Championships yesterday at Nyngan. So Philip's dogs are his hobby. He doesn't play golf, he doesn't play bowls. What he does love to do on the weekend is head away with his dogs to go trialling. Philip is a diesel mechanic by trade up at Jindervik in Gippsland. In the previous life, Philip used to be a cyclist, competed overseas over in Belgium when he was a young fella, so he must have been an accomplished cyclist. and he was telling me what he does now. He doesn't ride a bike anymore. Well, he does. He rides a motorbike. And if you've ever been watching cycling on television and seen motorbikes roaring around in amongst the cyclists with a cameraman on the back, well, Philip spends a lot of his time travelling around Australia with a cameraman on the back of the bike filming for television with these national cycling events. He went over this year to the Tour Down Under at Adelaide, which is an international event. So Philip would have been roaring around the Adelaide Hills on a motorbike with the cameraman all trusting, hanging on the back with a long lens camera. And here we find him at Sheepvention working at Kelpie. Certainly not wasting any time here. He's motoring through the course. Nicely done, no dramas there. Nice and controlled, looking after the livestock. Little dog not having to do too much just by being in the right place. He's asking for a little bit of pressure now, just to get those front sheep to come off. So the more times you see, the more work you see the dog doing, if it's not having a positive effect, well, there'll be points coming off. So every time the dog does something, you want to have a positive outcome. He's got them all off there without too much bother. So leading the field in the championship here today in the COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Championship, leading so far is Bree Cudmore with the dog called Mona on 188. Just behind her is the Gippslander Andrew Whelan with his dog called Beals on 181. So the dog that has won this event the last 2 years, back to back, is currently leading again. So will we have the trifecta? Will we have a dog win this event 3 times in a row? It's never been done before. But there's still a lot of water to go under the bridge yet. Anything can happen. Philip had a run yesterday of 88, so he certainly had a good run yesterday with this dog. Once again, he's going to want at least that or more to get into the top 6. Okay, so our judge took 15 points off that run. So he went out there, Philip had 100 points when he went out, and he come off, he had 85, so 15 off might not be enough to get him into the final. Still a few more dogs to come yet. I'm thinking that'll be the end of Philip's campaign here at Sheepvention. I don't think that was quite enough to get him into the final. Out on course now we've got Ross McIntosh. Ross, another young, relatively newcomer to trialling. Ross has got a big team of dogs though. He's a livestock contractor down around Colac. Really getting them those sheep set up very nicely, if he can just hold them there. Just want them to settle down. Get that gate open and get them straight in before they decided to head back down the paddock would be good. Looks pretty good. Okay, so we didn't see too much go wrong there. The judge is in a far better position than us to see. But he brought those sheep up on his right hand shoulder, which is what the judge asked him to do. And then he was to just hold those sheep in a little mob while he was to come forward and open the gate, and then the sheep would have come straight into the yard. So that's pretty much what happened. Ross had a score yesterday of 80, so he wasn't a big score yesterday. So he's going to be wanting a very big score today to go any further here at Sheepvention 2024. You'll notice that most of Ross's commands are whistles, so he's obviously taught his dog what each of these whistles mean, their way of communicating. Some people use commands. Most of his commands are in the form of a whistle. We've got no idea what they mean, but hopefully his dog does. Seems to be working for him at the moment. So good to see these young stockmen and women competing here at Sheepvention at this level of competition. They would have started here a year or so ago as in the Encourage event, where everyone starts when they want to go trialling, and then work their way up through the different classes, and they end up here in the COPRICE Championship, the top of the tree. Really learn how to train their dogs, work their dogs well, work livestock well, and that stands them in very good stead for future years. These young people will go out into the workforce, they'll become owners, managers, overseers. Little dog was a bit keen to do too much there, so not quite the right number have ended up in the right pen. So the judge has called it. So that will be the end of Ross's campaign. here at Sheepvention. So when the judge had a talk to everyone this morning, he told them that he wanted 5 sheep in one pen and 15 in the other. But unfortunately Ross never managed to do that. So he ended up with 3 and 18, which is not what the judge wanted. So the judge just says, no, we'll call that off. You go home and practice and come back next year and we'll do it all again. But Ross has got a lot of good years in front of him with this trialling. So he got an 80 with that dog yesterday and he ends up with a 0 today, so he'll go no further.
That was a recall. He recalled.
Okay, so he could have, the judge probably could have said that he could have fixed that, but he would have lost a lot of points, and Ross knew he had lost a lot of points for the misdraft, so Ross just decided to retire. So rather than put his dog through that extra work of trying to fix up those mistakes, Ross just said, no, that'll do me. I'll come back next year and I'll see if I can do a better job next year. So coming out on course now is another very experienced campaigner, Steve Robinson from Horsham, with his dog Darku Trip. Got an 87 with him yesterday, with a pretty good score yesterday. He'd be hoping he gets a score in the 90s here though to get into the final 6. So we're going to keep going with this competition and go right through the top go through the top 25, which will get us through to about 12:30 approximately. We'll have a short break then, and then come back with the final 6 run-off to decide who wins the Victorian COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Championship for this year. So any competitors that haven't ran yet, just keep going. We'll go through and finish the first round before lunch. So we've still got 6 dogs to go in this first round of the championship. So that'll take us through to about 12:30, then a short break, and then as I said, we'll work out the top 6 runners from this morning to make up for the final.
Hit! Hit!
So Steve's got the first part of his round completed, got him into the yard. Had some success with this dog previously. This dog won the novice event up at the Horsham Show last year. Probably not very old dog, still young. He was bred by another competitor here today, a bloke Herb Cooper. Bred this dog. Steve would have got him as a pup, trained him up, going trialling. Steve does quite a bit of trialling. Semi-retired, he's got a farm at Minimay, lives in Horsham. The judge has asked that all the sheep be pushed forward right to the next gate. So Steve's got a bit of work to do here, or his dog has. So he's instructing his dog to keep going up and push those front ones up to the front gate. And drop down, come back through them to make them all firm. Now Steve heads up to open the gate. Now the judge has also asked that when he goes to unload that race, he wants the dog up there ready to help. The dog does go up, and now the sheep come out. All pretty smooth. Steve had a score yesterday of 87 with this dog. He'll want that plus a few more with this run if he wants to continue into this afternoon. Steve has been competing here for a lot of years. He's never won the big one, but he's not from the lack of trying. Okay, Steve's looking around to see how many's in this pen. Now, I'm pretty sure the judge said he wanted 5 in this pen. Steve's counted and he said, I think there's only 4 in there, so we've got an issue. Steve looks to the judge and says, what should I do? So there would be points off already for misdrafting. And he's just asking the judge what's required. Does he need to rectify this to carry on? He certainly does if he wants to stay out there. We've seen Ross in the previous run who misdrafted and he decided to cut his losses and leave it until next year. Steve's still deciding what he's going to do. If he does rectify this, he'll need the dog to do it. You're not allowed to do it yourself. A bit of head shaking going on out here. So he's called it. So Steve is retired. He's decided, no, I've lost too many points by misdrafting. So it's not worth me continuing on. I'll call it there, and just like Ross did with the previous run, I'll come back next year and have another go. And how many times have we seen it when an unbelievable run ends up with a handler making a mistake on the draft gate? And if only our dogs could talk, what they would say to us. The little dog would be saying, well, I've done all I can possibly do and you've let me down.
Recall. Oh, just. Oh, damn.
Okay, coming out on course, we've got another great competitor. Only a young fella, but very experienced. He's going out there with a score of 77 from yesterday, so he knows he's up against the impossible to try and get this dog into the final this afternoon. With a 77 from yesterday, he's nearly need a miracle, but it won't be for the lack of trying. I don't want to put the kyber on him. So this dog called Hopkins River 5, so the prefix Hopkins River means that he was bred by Mitch. There goes the bell, his run starts. So Mitch has got to bring these sheep up on his right hand side in as straight a line as possible. Not across onto the left hand side of the paddock, just straight up in a straight line the way they're coming. Not allowed to go over onto the fence. If they do, the judge will be taking points off. They've got to come up on the right hand shoulder, and then they've got to be held in a little mob there while Mitch comes forward to open the gate into the yards. There's been a lot of points lost here this morning because the dog's got to try and cover 180 degrees at this mob. And that's what's been happening. They've just been leaking towards the yards. Now that dog's going to have to dig them out of there because Mitch is not allowed to walk through his sheep to open the gate. Those sheep have got to be removed from there, but they can't go too far back down the paddock either. So the dog's got a bit of work to do here. Now he's got to hold them up before they go too far back down the paddock. Just a good save there. Get that gate open, Mitch, and get them straight in while they're on the move. Here he comes. Little dog knows what's going on here. Well done. So it's been a very testing part of the course, bringing them in here at Sheepvention, because the dog's got so much work to do to hold these fresh hoggets in a little mob while the handlers come up and get the gate. So Mitch Jubb comes from Hexham. We've seen his partner out here before, working her dogs. So both husband and wife work together in a contracting business, livestock contracting business down at Hexham, crutching, landmarking. They'd have a big team of dogs. They got 3 small children. And they also run about 1,000 acres down there as well, so they've got a lot happening. You see that big boofy bark of these dogs? Mitch uses these dogs to keep sheep up on crutching trailers, etc. So these dogs know what hard work means. Just switches him off there while he goes up to open the gate. He wants the dog up there to help unload. Up comes the dog, the sheep come out. Very effective work. Now the judge would look at that. There's a sheep has come. The dog brought a sheep back with him, which is not ideal. There'll be a point or two off there, but never mind. Continue on. As I said, Mitch only had a 77 yesterday with this dog, so he knows he's up against it. So about 4 more runners in the first round of the championship here, and from the 25 that'll have run this morning, we'll pick out the best six scores, and they will go in to the final to decide who is the COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Champion for this year here at Sheepvention. Still leading the field is Bree Cudmore with her dog that won last year. She's leading the field at this stage. Anything can happen, but her shares are looking good at this stage. So she's going to be defending, she's well placed to defend her title. But she knows as well as anyone that you're never there till you're there. And Mitch is definitely having a better run with this dog today than he did with it yesterday. Things didn't quite go as well as he had hoped yesterday. Hence his score of 77, so he had lost 23 points yesterday. The judge took off him. So the leader at this stage is Bree Cudmore with the dog called Mona on a score of 88. So she will definitely get into the final with that dog this afternoon, and that score she gets this afternoon will be added on to that 188. And Bree has also got another dog to come up in in about 2 dogs' time. She's got another dog called Slim that had a 95 yesterday, so she's really hedged the bets. She's done her homework and set herself up very well to go into the final well placed this afternoon. You'll see Mitch brought that dog out behind his legs, and now he'll bring him back behind him like that so the dog doesn't cross. He doesn't want the dog to go in between him and the livestock. The judge would take a very dim view if that dog was to cross on the way up there. Once he gets him up there and that dog gets into a holding position, then the judge wouldn't allow a cross, but not on the way up. So Mitch's run's nearly finished. So that's ended Mitch's run. That was his second run today. Mitch had a run earlier on with another dog, but that dog never got in, won't get into the final, and I don't think this one will either. So I think that might be Mitch's campaign here at Sheepvention 24 all done and dusted. It was a lot better run than he had yesterday. He only had 11 points. Judge Rob Hart only took 11 points off him, so he thought that was a pretty good run, but unfortunately because the damage was done yesterday, as Mitch only got a score of 77, so his time here at Sheepvention is now finished for this year. Coming out on course now, this fella needs no introduction, Joe Spicer from Glen Thompson from the Go Getter Kelpie Stud. Has won this event a number of times, but a few years ago now, Joe had a few golden years where he used to win here and win elsewhere, but he's certainly got a few younger trialers coming through that are certainly challenging him now. But he's a very experienced trialer, very experienced team of dogs. He knows what's required. Joe judged the novice here on Saturday. He spent all day judging the novice section. We'll just need to set those sheep up round about there and hope they stay there while he comes and opens the gate. A lot of people have had trouble with the mob spilling out here, so don't want the dog to do too much. Certainly don't want the dog to come in and start barking or overworking them, just to hold them and let those stocks settle down. When Joe thinks they're settled, he will then come forward and open the gate. Very big arcs for a dog to cover all sides of this mob. Can't be everywhere at once.
Well done. Good boy, Flu. Good boy, good boy, good boy. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Sit. You're all right. Sit. Get off. Quick. Sit. Get off. Get off. Get off. Get off. Quick, 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 quick. Come here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Left. Left. Sit.
Okay, so I think Joe and his little dog did everything possible to try and minimise the damage done there. But there was a few little breakouts, a little bit of work done there by the dog, but however, Joe knows that you don't worry about that, you move on. The judge will have seen all that happen and called it as he's seen it. You would have seen Joe when he was walking up. I hope all the young trialers seen this. As he was walking up to open the gate, he was walking backwards. He was not going to take his eyes off that dog. And it's a great thing for young trialers to learn, is to be able to walk backwards as you're heading to the next gate, hoping you don't trip over something. But so many times we see new, inexperienced handlers take their eyes off the dog as they head to the next gate. And while they're doing that, their dog sort of does a few undesirable things. So, good advice to new trialers: learn to walk backwards while you're working your dog. Don't take your eyes off your dogs. And Joe would certainly be the most experienced trialer here at Sheepvention. So it'd be a great bloke to watch to learn these tricks. He had a score yesterday with this dog, go get a clue. He had a score of 85. He'll want a very good score if he's to get into the top 6. Joe had a lot of success just very recently within the last couple of weeks with this dog. This dog won the championship up at the Bendigo Sheep and Wool Show. It's a very prestigious trial that they have up there every year. And Joe took this dog up there and got the trophy. They work big merino weathers up there. They require a fair bit more work than these hoggets. And Joe's dog was up to it and cleaned up big time. Previously, so Joe's had won here 4 times previously, but the last time was in 2018 with the dog called Basil. So it's been a while between drinks, but he's a great competitor, and he'll certainly be giving it his utmost to do it again here this year. But he's got some young new trialers barking at his heels, keeping him honest. Look at the finesse on this dog. He's got a lot of gears on him. He just walked up there nice and quietly as if to say, well, I'll try the quiet approach first. If that works, it'll save me getting excited, and it's worked a treat. Now he'll walk back down. Look at that, just that calmness. He doesn't want to upset those sheep because he knows he's got to let them out in the paddock, and he just wants to be nice and controlled and calm when they go out. So the less work he can do on them now, the better. So what happens out in the paddock starts now, or started some time ago. The more you get those sheep excited, the harder it makes it for you later on. And Joe knows that. Look at how slow Joe is moving around, how quiet he's working. Just keeping his dog calm, keeping the stock calm. It's all about heart rates. Trouble starts when the handler's heart rate goes up. That'll flow through to the dog's heart rate, and that'll flow through to the stock's heart rate. So it's all about keeping heart rates down, keeping things calm. Just got to manipulate that mob now, not too much. Just put a little nudge on the right-hand side just to get them away from that gate and get them across to where the judge asks that they be put, which is under that sign, that COPRICE sign. and hold them there. Once again, the dog's covering 180 degrees of that mob. Done it very well, and now he's just got to put it away. A very experienced dog and a very experienced handler here. So that's the end of Joe's run. We'll have a score for you here very shortly. There's only 4 more runners to go before we have the final. 3 more runs, sorry. Bree Cudmore, Herb Cooper and Lane Eade. So an 85 for that dog yesterday. He's going to want a lot better score than that if he's to make the final 6. So he did have a good run, 7 off. Gives him a score of 93. We'll have the statisticians here do the sums and see if that's enough to get Joe into the final. My statistician tells me that puts Joe into 3rd place, so he's looks like he's got himself into the final. So I'll be very pleased about that. And here comes the handler of the moment.
Up the gate!
Bree Cudmore. Bree's from Colac. She's currently leading this competition with another dog. A dog that she ran here earlier today is currently leading this competition. She's well set up going into, she's certainly got one into the final, and she'll be looking to get this bloke into the final too, because she's got this bloke. She had a 95 with him yesterday, and if she could replicate that again, that will really set her up to have 2 dogs in the final 6. So Bree is the reigning champion here at Sheepvention, which she won the event last year and also the year before that. So she's on fire here at Sheepvention. She owns this ground. So if you want to see how the masters do it, have a look at this run. That's how it's done, folks. So Bree's got a big team of working dogs. She manages a large property down at Colac all by herself. She's got about 15,000 sheep on the place, runs it all by herself. She's originally from Traralgon in Gippsland. Been at Colac for a few years now, managing big property all by herself with a big team of working dogs, including this fella. Right when she needed a bit of pressure put onto that mob, she just asked the dog to speak up. The dog put a big deep bark, got the required result. Now she's just working this mob to get them all firmly up the front of the race. Big strong dog, this fella. Just imagine him working a big mob of 1,000 sheep. Here he's only got to work 15. Now he's got to come up and help Bree unload the drench race, which he does, and then back through them to make sure they all run out one after the other, which he does. Poetry in motion. Now he'll go around and perch himself in front of the next gate and cease work until Bree's ready for him to start work again. Great control. There's a real bond between Bree and her dogs. The dogs would do anything for her. All they want to do is please her. And have a look at that. That's all about placement, by how you treated the sheep coming in. Didn't stir them up, keep them all calm, and they'll just flow through the course like that. So a great example of perfect dog trialing. So Bree took this dog up to New South Wales earlier in the year in February and competed at the New South Wales Yard Dog Championships and won. So this dog is the reigning New South Wales Yard Dog Champion. And she went up there with this dog's brother last year and done the same thing. So for the last 2 years, Bree has won the New South Wales Yard Dog Championship. New South Wales people would have you believe that the best dogs and the best handlers come from New South Wales. Well, Bree went up there and just showed them that that's not quite right. There's some very big utes and very big hats up there. Bree went up there and brought them down to size. So I was just talking about Joe Spicer before. He won the championship at the Sheep and Wool Show a couple of weeks ago. Well, Bree came second. Equal second this year, but not with this dog's brother. If anyone wants to know how to do dog trialing or how to work a dog full stop, you couldn't do any better than watch this. She reads the stock very well, has a really good connection with her dogs. Now she's just nudging those sheep. She just wants them to go across a little bit further away from the gate so she can go up there and open the gate without interfering with the mob of sheep. It's all about where she's placing the dog. She's got little commands for everything. She can put the dog exactly where she wants it. And she'll get the gate open, the sheep will turn and they'll go straight through it. And it doesn't get much better than that, folks. I think that deserves a round of applause. Put your hands together for a terrific round. However, I'm not the judge. We'll see what the judge says. He may well totally disagree. He's the fella that's calling the shots. Rob Hart from over near Beaufort, the Trawalla. Well, folks, it wasn't 10 off and it wasn't 5 off. It was 2 points off only, a score of 98. That is the best score we've had in 3 days of competition here at Sheepvention. So as I said, if you want to see how to be a dog trialer or work stock, there's the example. So now she is in first and second position going into the final, so she is really set up to take the chocolates here at Sheepvention for this year, but anything can happen. So Bree is in first place on score of 193 so far. She's also running second with another dog on 188. So she will definitely get both those dogs into the top 6 this afternoon. And that score that she gets this afternoon will be added onto the 2 scores she's got so far. But she certainly's done all she can do to set herself up going into this afternoon's championship final. So this is Herb Cooper. Herb's from Harrow, just north of Coleraine. Works on a large property up there for the McClure family. They run about 1,500 breeding cattle, Hereford breeding cattle. So Herb works on that property, got a big team of dogs, so most of the time these dogs will be working big mobs of cattle. And just for something to do, Herb turns up here at Sheepvention with them and asks them to work a little mob of Merino Hoggets. It just shows you what versatile dogs these are, these Kelpies. One minute they're working big mobs of cattle, the next minute they're being asked to work a little mob of Merino Hoggets. Very big thank you to the Curry family from Warwick for making available to us for the competition these sheep. Very hard to have sourced sheep for this competition this year given the very challenging season that we've had in southwest Victoria. And the Curry family heard that we were looking for some, so they made these sheep available, so we really appreciate it. It's rather ironic that these sheep come from exactly the same place where about 150 years ago the first Kelpie originated. So the first Kelpie originated from Warwick, and that's where these sheep have come from today, here to see the descendants of that first Kelpie strut their stuff. So a little bit of a history lesson there. So 150 years ago, a young Irish stockman that was working in that area over there got himself a little pup that was bred at Warwick, where these sheep came from. He called that little pup Kelpie, and then went on and bred from that dog, or that bit, and all its offspring were known as Kelpie's pups. They were renowned through the whole area for their great working traits. And after a short period of time, they dropped the pups and they just simply became known as the Kelpie. And now you see all the descendants of those original Kelpies here today, working these stock that have come from where the original Kelpie came from. And that young Irish stockman by the name of Jack Gleeson, he died at a young age. He was only 38 when he passed away from hepatitis or tuberculosis, one of the others, I'm not sure. And he is actually buried in the Tower Hill Cemetery down between Warrnambool and Koroit. And if only he had known that what he started 150 years ago at Warwick, north of Casterton, would end up with us here watching the offspring of what he began. Great legacy. It was a great gift he's given to the nation. These wonderful working dogs called the Kelpie. And that event, of course, is celebrated every year at Casterton on the Queen's Birthday long weekend in June with the Australian Kelpie Muster. All started by that young Irish stockman by the name of Jack Gleeson. And Herb's got his little Kelpie here, little termite, calls him termite. Termite got a score of 75 yesterday, so Herb knows that this, no matter what he gets for this run, will not get him into the final, but he's enjoying himself out here. He'll put it down to experience. Certainly a nice, calm working dog, this fella. As I said, if he's not here, he'd be home working big mobs of cattle. So very versatile. So Herb's time here at Sheepvention for 2024 is just about over. He'll get a score, but he knows it won't be enough to get him into the final. Okay, the bell goes. Plenty of time left. We'll have a score there. We've only got one more runner in the first round of the championship, and that's Lane Eade. And then we'll have a half-hour break after Lane's run, and we'll have the final 6. So at 1 o'clock back here, we'll have the best of the best. So Herb had a good run then. You got here a 13 off, a score of 87. So Herb will be happy with that run, even though it won't be enough to get him into the final. So here's a young bloke out here now, a young bloke by the name of Lane Eade. Lane comes from Swan Hill. He thought he would come down here Saturday morning and just compete in the encouraged section. Has never done any trialling much, he just thought he'd start trialling. Well, he won the encourage, that put him into the novice. He won the novice, that put him into the open. He got a high enough score to get himself into the championships. So Lane had no idea that he'd still be competing here on Monday at Sheepvention, having just turned up to run his dog in the encouraged section on Saturday morning. So I hope he brought a change of clothes with him, because he's been here for 3 days when I think he thought he was only going to be here for 1 day. So it's been a mighty achievement to get this far. He goes into the championship here with a score of 86. Sorry about that, 86. So a good score yesterday. First time he's ever been in an open run or a championship run, and he scores an 86. So he hasn't had much experience at trialling, but his little dogs worked their heart out for him. And you'd think he had been trialling for 30 years by looking at that. That is a perfect setup to have those sheep sitting there and have the dog just off them. Straight past him. Little dog comes in. So Lane comes from Swan Hill. He's involved in a livestock contracting business with his father. Does quite a bit with his father and also quite a bit by himself. Got a couple of crutching trailers, do a lot of landmarking contracting. Most of their work is in northern Victoria and up into southern New South Wales. And it's so good to see these young people that use their dogs for their livelihood to come here and learn the finer art of dog trialling, how to work stock correctly. He's got all the moves on this dog. That little dog's really out there batting for him. Silly like that dog knows what's required. And even if he doesn't go any further today, he stands him in good stead for future years with the little bit of experience that he's had to be able to be here competing at a championship. So normally this dog would be pushing sheep up onto crutching trailers, pushing sheep up onto mobile dipping crates. Well, wonderful little dog, really well trained, well handled. Last time I seen Lane was he come and did a dog school with us at Mungadale Station up in New South Wales. And I never thought the next time that I seen him would be here at Sheepvention competing in the championship. So no matter what happens here, Lane certainly wants to hold his head high and be very proud of his efforts. So he's already won the encouraged section on Saturday, and then he went on and won the novice, and that's got him into the championships. He's a very calm worker, just working his dog very calmly so he doesn't fire the dog up. Just wants to keep that dog quiet and calm. He's got 6 other working dogs at home. This is just one of his team. He bred this dog himself. So if you like the look of this dog and think you wouldn't mind a pup with this, from this line, you want to have a talk to him after and ask him what his bloodline was, where it came from. Because it's certainly got all the moves. So this is the last run here in the first round of the championship. Very shortly we'll tell you the top 6 that go into the final for this afternoon's championship second round final. So very, very shortly we'll be able to tell you the top 6 dogs, top 6 handlers that will be competing here for this very prestigious event this afternoon, the COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Championship for 2024. All these handlers turned up here on Saturday morning. Very few of them will remain operating by this afternoon, only 6 of them, or in some cases probably less, because might be 1 or 2 that's got 2 dogs in the top 6. Okay, so that's it. Put your hands together for this fella, even if he doesn't get into the final, and he may. but just for such a magnificent campaign here at Sheepvention. To come here at the Encourage on Saturday morning and end up running a dog in the championship on the Monday. That certainly hasn't been done before in my time here at Sheepvention. He needs a 91 to get into the final. He needs a 91 and he got himself a 94. Wow, what an achievement. So Lane goes from an Encourage worker to being in the top 6 run off this afternoon. Well done, Lane. So we'll be back here at 1 o'clock, ready to run off the final 6. We'll give you, very shortly, we'll be able to tell you who those top 6 are. So they'll be coming out in this order. First out will be Joe Spicer with Broken River Bank. He'll come out on a score of 177. Followed by Bree Cudmore with Lanark Mona, the reigning champion, who'll be on 188. Then Andrew Whelan all the way from Gippsland with Whelan's Run Burls on an 181. He'll be third out. Fourth out will be Joe Spicer. So Joe's got 2 dogs in it. Go Get a Clue with a score of 178. Fifth out will be Bree Cudmore, so she's got 2 dogs in it as well with 193. Vera Slim is her dog. And last out will be the fella you just seen, Miracle Man Lane Eade, who will be out with his little dog Rose on 180. So there'll be 4 handlers and 6 dogs vying for the COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Championship back here at 1 o'clock.
Well, I hope so, because it's Rob 30. Oh, they're right. They're right. Yeah, we're doing 20 shakes right now. You said you were full. You see the trials getting on and on. Yeah. You ready, Ryan? Hang on, give it.
Good, how are you?
Hello.
I reckon you've got one. Yeah.
COPRICE to be exact. Is your walk down there
I started way back at the hippie times.
And you've got a view out of
Unbelievable for Sheepvention. It was cold to start with, you know. It took a while to get going. Thank you very much, I appreciate that. Yeah, I actually thought Rob was here. No, it wasn't you. I was just going through here and I saw Rob. Score sheet's working well. Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Very nice.
We're down in Rattlesnake.
I've had to pick the judges, so I can't see them changing.
Doesn't go anymore. No. Good. You're flat over there, won't it, mate? Yeah. Growing up, he's really good bloke right up around here and everything.
Okay, we'll get underway very shortly. We've got a 6-dog final to decide who's going to win the Farm Dog Championship. We're just waiting on the judge to come back. He's just slipped off to grab some lunch. I'm not sure whether he's going to do a quick judge's briefing or not, but we've got just 6 dogs to run before we'll have the presentations. So don't go away. We'll be underway here very shortly. from Gippsland with Whelan's Run Burls, followed by Joe Spicer with his second dog, Clue. Then Bree Cudmore again with Vera Slim. And finally will be Lane Eade with Rose. So they'll be the 6 runs starting here very shortly. And around about 2:30, a little bit after, we'll have the presentations, rounding off the 2024 COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Championship. Big shout out to our volunteers too, the help that put this event together. They're not just here for 3 days, they're here for a couple of days beforehand setting up, and they'll be here long after everyone else has gone home, cleaning the site up. People like Graham Moyle, Don Robertson, Rachel Morris, Jim Ridsdale, all under the directorship of our new convener, Joe Ward. Joe took the job on, has been the passing down of the baton this year, so Joe's the new convener of this event, doing a mighty job of it. It's great to see events such as this being taken on by the next generation. Okay, Rob Hart's ready to go, so they're judged, so he just wants to catch up with the 4 handlers. If you can meet Rob out on the oval for a minute, he'll have a chat to you, have a bit of a talk about what he wants. Okay, we're about to get underway. The judges just had a quick briefing with the handlers. Made a few small changes. One is there's going to be a few more sheep, just to add that level of difficulty. A few more sheep, much the same apart from that. He's just telling them where he was really focusing on, where people were losing points. And when they're bringing them in from out in the paddock, he said they can, they don't have to hold them right against the fence. It's been causing a fair bit of trouble up to now. If just as long as they come up on their right hand shoulder, and as soon as they get past a certain point, the handler is allowed to come forward and open the gate. So just a few minor little changes, but the main thing will be just those few more sheep that they need to fit into the drenching race and the draft and the truck. So you're about to see the cream of the crop here. The cream has risen to the top, and we've got these 6 dogs that have been selected from the 120 dogs that we started here on Saturday morning. First handler out is Joe Spicer, who needs no introduction, being a relative local, being go-getter Kelpie from Glen Thompson. He's won this event 4 times previously, but not for a few years. And as you can see by the other competitors in this final, they're all younger ones that are snapping at Joe's heels and are really changing the dynamic of the trialers that have been around for a long time. So the judges asked that the dog picks these sheep up, keeps them all together, works them gently, brings them up on the right hand side of the handler. Not allowed to use the fence, not allowed to roll them up the fence. They must come up in a relative straight line from where the dog picks them up. So you can see this is a very experienced dog as well. He's not coming in there and upsetting anything. He's keeping his distance. Doesn't want to stir them up, and which would only lead to a lot of trouble for the rest of the round. So Joe's allowed to leave the peg there once they come past a certain spot. And you'll notice from experience he'll never take his eyes off this dog.
Get off left.
And if only new handlers could just watch and learn from this.
Left. Good boy. Come left. Good boy. Right. Good boy. Come left. Yep. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, and that's why he's in the top 6, because there was no damage done there much. Judge Rob Hart, very experienced judge. He's judged a number of state championships. Rob comes from Trawalla. He used to manage Trawalla Station, big station just on the outskirts of Beaufort there. Done a lot of judging across a few different states, originally from Campbelltown in Tasmania. So he knows what cold weather's all about. And he's here to pick a winner for us today. So we've got some very experienced handlers in the final, and we've got some very inexperienced. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds. They will be carrying forward the scores from this morning as well as yesterday, so it takes the luck out of it. Whoever wins will have needed to have had 3 good runs. So far these people have had 2 really good runs. They've got to back it up with more good runs yet. And there's a few more sheep here, so there's a few more to put into the drench race. Now the judges asked that the dog be right up there to help unload as soon as you got the gate open. So Joe pulls the dog up. Dog gives a little bark there to start the unload, and then he's got to go back through them and make sure that there's no blockages, no breaks in the flow. That all looked pretty smooth. And this is where a few more sheep could get bogged down. You've got a few more sheep to bring up into the draft. The draft used to be a major challenging point here at Sheepvention. A lot of dreams were won and lost here at the draft. However, it's improved out of sight since we've had these new pro-way sheep yards put in. Magnificent improvement to this trial. Case in point, the sheep just leaded straight up. Joe's busy counting, trying to remember what the judge told him he had to do. And we all know what's happened here. Saying anything? So what's happened here? Joe was bit caught up in the moment and he drafted the 5 into the wrong pen, totally misdrafted. He had a quick word to the judge and the judge has said, well, I've already taken enough points off you for the misdraft. Now if you want to stay out there, you need to fix it. So he wants 20 sheep going up onto the truck, so Joe needed to sort that out. There would have been a fair few points off for that, but Joe, being a fierce campaigner, great competitor, all that's behind him now, and he'll make sure he tries to cut his losses, get into damage control and finish on a good note. That is not a dog fault, that's nothing to do with the dog. If the dog could talk, he'd probably say, I'm doing everything I can. And once again, a few more sheep is going to make it a little bit more difficult to unload this, but he's got a leader there, so hopefully the rest follow him off, which is happening. The dog needs to keep the pressure off the back so that there's no blockages, that's all good. So Joe's got his run back on track here. Certainly not the first time we've seen severe misdrafting happen like that. There's that much going through your head when you're out there, you're trying to remember everything. And all it needs is for you to have that draft gate pointing in the wrong direction and it all turns bad. Okay, so Joe leaves 5 sheep in the pen and takes these other 15 away. So he's got 20 sheep to put away now. In the judge's briefing just a minute ago, Judge Rob said, I don't care where the sheep end up when you let them out, but as long as by the time you get to that put away gate, those sheep are not near the put away gate. I want them moved away from the arc of the gate so that you are not influencing the sheep as you approach the gate. So the dog has got to move them away, but he also said I don't want them running back up the course. I want them across there underneath that sign, that COPRICE sign, by the time you get to the gate, so you can work your dog as you head to the gate. To make all that happen, you're not allowed to stop walking, you've got to keep going, working your dog as you do so. Joe's got the gate open, sheep will go away and we'll have a score for you. So that's the first of 6 final runs. So put your hands together for Joe anyway, for even getting into the top 6. We'll have a score for you shortly. It certainly won't be as good as what it could have been because that misdraft would have been expensive. So Joe did it in a time of 8 minutes. He had plenty of time up his sleeve. 25 off, so that was a pretty expensive mistake. Joe knows that. He knew it as soon as he turned around and worked out what he had done. He's been a judge himself. He knows what happened. Okay, out on course now we have the reigning champion, Bree Cudmore. Bree's from Colac. Bree won this event last year with this dog, and she won this event the year before with this dog. So we had, first time it had ever happened to have a back-to-back champion. Now she's going for the trifecta. See if she can't put it together yet again. Just a young trialer, but she's manages a large property by herself down at Colac. She runs there's about 15,000 sheep on the property that she manages all by herself. She's got a big team of working dogs. And when you don't find her down there working on the place, she'll be travelling around Australia somewhere competing at trials. So these aren't just trial dogs, these are real work dogs. Tomorrow she's probably got him home mustering for landmarking or something. Has a terrific connection with the dogs. Her dogs would die for her. The dogs absolutely love her, they trust her. She relies on them for their livelihood, for her livelihood. And that dog is just doing enough to keep those sheep calm and quiet, hold them together, but still moving forward. And that's what you need to be doing with trialling. You need to be moving the stock in a forward motion. You don't want them going back over where they've already been. The big points come off. You don't want them splitting up into 100 different mobs. You want them all staying together, moving in a forward motion, but in a controlled environment. See, Bree's just bringing that little dog around behind the legs to try and make sure what happened didn't happen, but then she salvaged that. She got them out all out from behind the gate. These experienced trialers, as soon as they go through a gate to get some sheep out of a pen, they have a quick look at where the sheep are, where the sheep are looking, so they know which way to send their dog to get best stock flow. It's all about learning stock flow. So much of it comes down to what the handler's instructing the dog to do. There's a bit of barking happening down here at the moment, and sometimes that is not a good idea because quite often it can just tie the sheep up. Instead of moving off the dog, they'll just keep turning around looking at the dog. Barking is not all it's cracked up to be. Anyway, Bree's managed to get a leader there. There is a break in flow, which will cost a point or two. Got the flow going again. Now it just needs to pack them up firmly in the race so you could reach over that fence and drench them without fighting with them. The little dog's got to do it all. Bree is not allowed to touch the sheep. She's not allowed to do anything to the sheep. The dog's got to do everything. Now the dog's got to be up there ready to unload as soon as that gate is opened. Out they come. And they need to come out all after the other. No break-in flows, no jam-ups. That's all looking pretty good. And now she'll flick that dog around to cover the next gate so that it's clear by the time she gets down there to open it. That little dog will stay there until Bree gets all the gates set up ready for the draft. When Bree's ready, she'll instruct the dog to either go clockwise or anti-clockwise around that mob. Bree's looking at the sheep. She's trying to work out where's the leader. She's decided to go anti-clockwise. I can see the sheep she's hoping that will come up. He's looking, he's looking. He's still looking. Little bare-headed hogget there. Another one's chopped in front and he's coming up, so it's all working. As long as there's no blockages, no hold-ups, no missed drafts. So Bree is counting to make sure that the right number go into the right pen as well as working the dog, looking at the sheep. And that's exactly what she wants, just those sheep to move forward through there in a controlled manner so that there's no jam-ups, all perfect. The judge would be looking at him, make sure that there's no missed drafts. He's looking for anything other than perfection. And the big points come off. So as well as everything else, Bree's also got to remember to close all the gates that she's opened. If she was to walk away and leave a gate open somewhere, there'd definitely be points off. So it's not just the dog making mistakes. A lot of it comes down to the handler. As soon as that last sheep is on, Bree will send the dog in once again, either clockwise or anti-clockwise. She's looking at the sheep to decide which way she will send. She's looking at that sheep closest to the ramp to decide, how do I turn you around? She's decided to go anti-clockwise, and straight away she's got him turned around in the right direction. That dog comes up and gives that dog a little push, sheep a little push on the shoulder, got a flow happening, comes up to encourage it to keep coming out. Doesn't get much better than that, folks. As the sheep fell over there, that the judge would decide, did the dog cause that, or is it just something that happens? Leave it up to him to call that one. Now Bree knows that she's 80% through this run, but anything can go wrong still. She's still looking at a stock to work out what to do, where to place that little dog. She knows that from where she's standing now, she's got to walk to the next gate without going through a sheep or around a corner. Walk in a straight line. Brings the dog around behind the legs so that the dog's got set up ready for to roll those sheep out of the yard. Beautifully done. And now, as the judge said, I just want those sheep not near that gate when you come down, but I don't want them too far back down the course either. So Bree's got to start walking, she's got to keep walking, she's got to keep working the dog, she's got to keep nudging that mob of sheep just enough to keep them away from that gate, but she doesn't want them to come back down the course. So that little dog is working 180 degrees here at the moment. He's got to cover all three sides of those sheep. Beautifully done. And I don't know about you folks, but that looked pretty good to me. We're going to have a score. Put your hands together for a run. The defending champion, Bree Cudmore, is it good enough to win the trifecta? She's won the last 2 years here with that dog, and she's having another go this year. She's right up there. We'll have a score for you shortly. Righto, another ripping run, just 7 points off, so a score of 93. She had 2 good scores going into that final, so she puts them together. And she's really put herself in a great place. She's got another dog to come that's even scored better than that one, so she's really hedging her bets here. Okay, out on course now, we've got a relative newcomer to the trialling. To this trialling is Andrew Whelan. Andrew's from Bairnsdale in East Gippsland. He's made the journey to Sheepvention for the first time. Andrew manages a family property at Bairnsdale where they run a large number of breeding cattle. So these dogs are normally working cattle, not sheep. So Andrew's breeding a few dogs. He really likes his dogs. He's getting right into it. Loves working them, loves training them, and he's wanting to get into this trialling. These dogs are from Pomander bloodlines, from Nancy Withers over there of Casterton. Been around for many, many years. Pomander bloodlines, I've been sent all over the world. Andrew's taking a shine to them and he uses them in his breeding program. And they're certainly standing him in good stead, otherwise he wouldn't be here in the top 6 of the COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Championship. He's certainly a big, strong dog, this fellow, and he would probably need to be to work the number of cattle that Andrew has him working on. Big, strong dog, but Andrew's able to wind him right back just to work these few merino hoggets. Totally different environment from being down in East Gippsland working big mobs of cattle. But Andrew's got all the moves on him. Brings him around, digs those sheep out from behind the gate. Puts them back together. So Andrew competed in the Foster show this year in February, and he won the Open down there, so it's probably the first Open that he's won, first Open competition at the Foster show in February. Just got a sheep hooked up in the gate there, so he's allowed to stand his sheep up. That's just something that happens. The judge certainly doesn't have to tell them to pick them up, just stand the sheep up, look after the stock. In fact, you'd probably lose points if you didn't do that. So animal welfare is number one. Beautifully done with that dog, just to go up there and come back through them. Now Andrew's taking him up the front again to unload the drench race. Andrew throws the gate open. Ideally, he wants the sheep to come out. The dogs come out too. The judge said if the dog does go out, he needs to come straight back in, and that's exactly what has happened. He got out of that fairly well. That could have turned pear-shaped that, but swung into damage control straight away and did a great job. Big calm dog, this fella. He's taken it all in his stride. He's not too flustered by it. You could probably put him on a mob of 1,500 and he'd probably shift them as well. He'd be up to it. Just sneak around, try the quiet approach. Just see if you can get stock flow without having to do too much, without stirring the sheep up. Just hoping that little bare-headed hogget will come up and lead the rest of his mates through the draft. You try that for a bit. If it's not working, you start losing points. And then you start to go to the hard approach. You got to bring, and that's what Andrew's done. He said, righto, I tried to be nice. Now we're going to have to apply a little bit of force. And that's worked. So Andrew's got his flow happening, he's counting, he's trying to remember what the judge told him he needed to do. Good young handler, this fella. He's not getting too carried away out there. He seems fairly relaxed, even though I know he's not. If you have a look at his knuckles, I bet they're white from hanging onto those gates so tight. Just got to remember, he's trying to remember what the judge has told him he has to do next. He'd be still learning now when do you lose points, when don't you? He's got a lot of years in front of him doing this, and they're only young dogs. They've got a lot of years in front of them too. These dogs don't hit their straps at this until they're 7 or 8 year old. And so once again, he's tried the quiet approach and then went for a bit more force. So that dog's got it in him if he needs it. Big boofy bark there. Now he'll put him up there and try the quiet approach again, just to try and bring them out. One straight out. He doesn't want to be left in there with that dog, and he brought his mates out too. Perfect unload. If that dog was to bite or do something untoward with any of those sheep, there'd be big points come off, and if the bite was bad enough, it'd be an immediate disqualification. The dogs can wear a muzzle, but they get points taken off them if a dog has a muzzle on it. Be a 5-point deduction. But judges certainly take a very dim view of any dog that bites, and quite often leads to disqualification, especially at this level. So the dogs are usually taught when they're being trained, yes, you can bite to defend yourself. So if something's trying to have a go at you and drive you into the dirt, yes, you can bite the nose to defend yourself. But apart from that, keep your teeth to yourself. And being cattle dogs, so these dogs work cattle for Andrew at home, and I would expect them to have a nose bite on cattle, probably swing on the tails as well. And then they've got to come here and have good manners. Behave themselves. That dog has got to come back now to be on the other side of the mob to get them away from the gate, so it'll have to come back behind Andrew's legs. otherwise it'll be a cross. He's got to come right back behind Andrew, and he does that. If he was to go across in front of Andrew to get to the other side, that'd be a cross, and there'd be points off. He's got the gate clear, doesn't want them to go too far away from there though. He's holding them. Beautiful job. He's a big V8, this bloke, running on avgas with this little job of dealing with a few hoggets. Done well to constrain himself. Put your hands together for a great run. Andrew Whelan from East Gippsland. Score for you shortly. So Bree Cudmore's leading at the moment with a score of 281. Joe Spicer's first run was a 252. Remember, he had that missed draft, was very expensive, probably put him out of contention. And another very good run, just 6 off. So we're really watching the cream rise to the top here, and that's why these guys are in the top 6 final runoff. So that puts him in the second position. So Bree Cudmore, the reigning champion, is still in the lead at 281. Andrew's gone into second place on 275. So Joe comes out with his second dog, and we'll just see that he has a bit more luck with this one. Very, very experienced trialer, the most experienced trialer here at Sheepvention by far, been trialling for decades. The bell goes, the dog goes. He's got 10 minutes. He's got to have this job done within 10 minutes, or otherwise he's out of time and loses massive amounts of points. Those sheep are to come from where they are now in a straight line to Joe's right-hand shoulder. You be the judge. If they go way across to the left or way across to the right, there's points coming off. There's an imaginary corridor up here. It's not very wide. Not allowed to use the fence to hold the sheep together. Got to have them away from the fence. Got to have the mob held together. That all looked pretty good.
Good boy. Good boy. Left. Good boy. Right.
Once again, Joe never took his eyes off his stock or his dog there, and that's a great tip for anyone that wants to learn trialing. Don't take your eyes off the dog, because the second that you do, something very nice might happen. So far, Joe's got 178 points in his pocket, and this score that he gets here now will be added on to that, and that'll be the final score to see where he's placed in the top 6. This dog, Go Getter Clue, Go Getter being Joe's prefix, so he's bred this dog. This dog has just come off a big win up at the Bendigo Sheep and Wool Show. He won the championship at Bendigo 2 weeks ago. Up there he's dealing with big full wool merino wethers supplied by O'Sullivan's Transports, and he's coming here and he's dealing with little half wool merino hoggets. He's not a young dog, this fella. He's been around a fair while. He's had a lot of experience. He's probably the most experienced dog at the trial. He's got a sheep back the front up there, but he managed to put enough pressure on it. Now the bit of a break in flow here. We got some in, we got some out. So there'll be a little deduction there. Now Joe's got to take the dog with him when he opens that gate. The dog needs to be up there, which it is. Got to help him unload. And then come back through them to make sure all the sheep run out one after the other. We really are at the pointy end of the competition here. After 3 days of competition, it's come down to these 6 dogs. And we're about to find out who is going to be the COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Champion for 2024. So Joe has won this event before on a number of times, but not for a few years. It's been a bit of a drought here for Joe the last few years. All these young trialers annoying him. So he's still in contention though. Asking the dog to come up and try and create a flow for him. Doesn't want to. Remember, the more work the dog's doing, you need a positive outcome. If there's not a positive outcome, there's points come off. There's a break in flow. There's points off there. So any time there's not a continual flow of stock, there's points coming off. And that looks like a lot better draft than we've seen of Joe's first attempt. He's got the right numbers on the right side of the fence, so he'll be very relieved about that. His dog will be very relieved about that. So many of you would have seen Joe on the first series of muster dogs on the ABC. The first series, when that came out, he supplied a litter of Kelpie pups to the series and featured on most of the episodes, so he's probably available for an autograph at any time if you want to catch up with him. Very, very experienced handler, good dog trainer. Been around dogs most of his life. Now he's just got to try and get these sheep to come off here in a nice, orderly fashion, just like that. Just worked out before he sent his dog up which way he was going to send the dog. He had a look at where the sheep were situated. Worked a treat. That's experience. So he'll bring these sheep out into this pen, and before he goes to the next gate, he'll put his dog in a place to have it set up to empty the pen. He's already thinking forward to the next part of the course. Sends his dog around anti-clockwise again to position the sheep nicely to flow out that gate, and that works perfectly. And that's why trialling teaches people to work stock correctly. Think about what you're doing as you're doing it. Think about think about which is the best way to bring stock out of a pen or out of a paddock. Have a look at them, and it gives you an idea which way you want to send your dog to get good stock flow. Joe's working that dog just quietly as he heads down. He wants those sheep positioned perfectly by the time he gets to the gate. Doesn't want them to come in behind his legs while he's trying to open the gate. That he points off for that. That seems to have looked pretty good. So Joe's just about finished his campaign here at Sheepvention. Put your hands together for it. Looked like a pretty good run from Joe. We'll have a score for you very shortly. We're just about at the end of the championships here. We've got 2 more runners to go. Judge Rob Hart, he'll be very relieved to get those next two runners out. There's a lot of concentration required to stand out there for 2 days trying to pick a winner. And the score of 94 for Joe, so it's excellent score, but not enough to take pole position. He didn't have enough going into that round. He only had 178. Just got informed there's only one person that can beat Bree, and that person is Bree. So Bree is out there again with her second dog, so The only person that can take her off pole position now is herself. So she's probably relieved to hear me saying that, although she'll be concentrating. She's such a fierce competitor, she'll be doing her utmost to make this a winning run. So at the moment, the winning dog at this stage is last year's winner and 2022's winner. So we're heading head first into a trifecta here, which has never been done before.
Get over. Get over. Get flip. 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 Flip.
Okay, Bree wasn't panicking there, wasn't quite going as smoothly as she had hoped, but she held it, was patient, has great trust in a dog. That little dog will sort it out. This dog is the current New South Wales yard dog champion. So Bree loves going up to New South Wales, where they all think that the best dogs and the best handlers up there. It's where all the biggest utes and the biggest hats are. Bree goes up there, went up there this year, won the state championship, went up there last year, won the state championship. So they all know about Bree Cudmore in New South Wales. So this dog here was deemed the best dog, yard dog in New South Wales this year. To win a state championship up there, you really have to know what you're doing. There's a lot of competition up there. She's got a great connection with the dogs. They would do absolutely anything for her. They just want to please her. They want to help her. She relies on them totally and they rely on her totally. So there's a break in flow there. Bree knows that that's costing her points. She's going to try and rectify it as quickly and as smoothly as she can. She's just telling Slim just to back it off, mate. Back off. You've done your job. Put you back in first gear for a minute. Righto. Come up here now and unload them. Good job. Big bark there. Got the first sheep coming out. Now take all your mates with you. And he'll slip straight around to the front of that mob just to make sure Bree can get the next gate open. There he goes. He'll perch himself down there, wait there. And all Bree is thinking of now, while she walks forward to open the gates, is which way am I going to send you to get a leader to come up here. Bree, that's what she's working on. The dog thinks he knows. He's tried the clockwise approach. Will it be enough to get a leader? There he comes. Look at him. Beautifully done. Just peels them like an orange. However he stops, he's had second thoughts, that front sheep. Bit of pressure required at the back end, and he might even have to come up, and he does. Some of these dogs will top knot when they come up. They'll grab the wool between the ears and just say, come on, get going. Now it's all working. And that's why she's in the final. He's got all the moves, this dog. So there'll be a point or two there as well. The judge is watching for all those things that are less than perfect. Would have been better if that sheep had followed his mates through. So at the moment we have in first place Breed Cudmore with the reigning champion Lanark Mona. In second place at this stage is Andrew Whelan, the boy from East Gippsland, with on 275. Joe Spicer so far in third place, and Joe Spicer so far in fourth place. Okay, just like poetry in motion, they go on, and just like that, the dog goes round and brings them back off. So you can look at that and say, well, that's just luck, but there is no luck in that. These dogs have had to have had 3 good runs to be here, and that takes luck out of it. They make their own luck, just having the right effect on the stock, being in the right place, working in unison with the handler. Got to come back around behind Lee's legs there, Bree's legs there, just so he doesn't cross her. Not allowed to go in between the handler and the stock. Now just watch this big dog go down there and peel these sheep away from that fence and that gate. There she sends him. Now she pulls him back a gear or two. Not too much, we don't want them sheep coming back. So Bree wants those sheep to stay right there where they are until she's got the gate open. If they were to come back down the course or move across into the corner, there'd be points off. They need to stay right there, and that dog is in position to hold them right there. Okay, they're on their way and they're out. Bree will just about be finished. Put your hands together for another great run from Bree Cudmore. We'll have a score for you shortly. And just to see whether Bree Cudmore is going to beat herself. So a score of 15 off, so there was a few more little misdemeanors there that our judge Rob Hart seen, so it really is looking like we've got the 3 years in a row with the one dog and the same handler, but there possibly could be a miracle happen here. I'm not sure how, but I wish this young fella all the best with this run. I've been led to believe he does need 101 out of 100 to win. But this is the bloke that started here on Saturday with an encouraged dog and thought he'd be going home by lunchtime on Saturday. Instead he won the encouraged, put him into the novice, he won the novice, put him into the open, had such a good run that put him into the championship, and here he is in the top 6. It is still possible for him to get into second place. So we wish him well with his endeavours. This little dog worked magnificently here this morning. Lane hasn't had any experience trialling whatsoever. He worked with his father in a sheep dipping contract business up at Swan Hill. They do a lot of work up in New South Wales. So this is just one of many in his team of working dogs. But this little dog did not miss a beat this morning. Nothing else, the experience of just competing here at Sheepvention at this level will do wonders for Lane as he goes and does more trialling. To be able to have said you got into the final at the State Farm Dog Championship here at Sheepvention's a big thing. A lot of people have competed here for 20 years and haven't done what this bloke's done in 2 days. So during the week they're livestock contractors. They've got a couple of big crutching trailers that they cart around, doing the big properties up in New South Wales, landmarking. This little dog's probably thinking, what are all these people here? What are they here for? I've never seen so many people. Only a great connection between this dog and his young handler. They'll be an awesome combination for a few years with this experience under their belt. No damage done there. You'd think this dog had been trialling for 10 years. Look at him sitting up there waiting, right, what next? Most young dogs would be in there thinking, which one do you want me to kill, boss? But not this bloke. He knows this is serious. So Lane's trying to remember what the judge said. What have I got to put where? What's my dog doing? What are the sheep doing? What have I got to do when I finish the draft? Had a quick check around to make sure he had his numbers right. Peels a couple more out to make sure there's 5 under his arm, which is what the judge wanted. So now he's just got to put this 20 up onto the truck. So very, very close to the finish of the COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Championship. This is the last runner. As soon as Lane finishes, we'll be able to give you the placings, the winners, the losers. And very shortly after that, we'll have the presentation. We'll move straight into the presentation. And then we'll send all these handlers and dogs on their way. They've been here since Saturday morning. 3 big days of competition. All made possible by these wonderful sponsors: ProWay, Livestock Equipment, COPRICE, Animal Feeds, Brandt Machinery, John Deere dealership, APM Veterinary Services, Dawn to Dusk collars. Anyone that's looking for good dog collars or leads, call in and see Lloydie just at the tent there beside the COPRICE stand. He's a great supporter of this event. Meanwhile, Lane's busy working here, trying to get these sheep off the trailer. There's one sitting down back there. The judge will just be watching that to see if he needs a handler to come up and stand him up. He's right, the dog's done that for him. Got to look after these sheep all the way from Warwick, north of Casterton. So these sheep come in last night. Thanks to McLeod's Transports from Macarthur, who done all the carrying for us here at Sheepvention. Every night he's taken a load back to Warwick and brought another lot in for the next day's competition. So shortly these sheep will be on their way back to Warwick. They'll be on feed by tonight. So a big thank you to the Curry family for making these sheep available to this competition. They know the importance of having these young stockmen and women learn their trade, correctly working livestock, working dogs well, because they know it all has a ripple effect. There'll be young Jillaroos and Jackaroos watching this thinking, I need to have my dogs doing that. I need to work livestock like that. Just making sure that dog doesn't cross him. Look where the judge is standing. He can pick it if he did. So Lane just needs to get the dog to go up on the right hand side, and the dog has actually crossed him. So that's points off, but that's just very forgiving. You could forgive that dog for doing that, having come here as an encouraged dog 2 days ago, and here he is in the championship final. It's unbelievable. So we'll let him get, we'll forgive him from that little misdemeanor, but it would have cost him some points. But the experience will be worth everything. You'll see these two again, I'll guarantee it. Righto, put your hands together for that fella. He's done amazing things here this weekend. And that is the completion of the COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Championship here at Hamilton 2022. We'll have place getters, winners and place getters very shortly. I can tell you that the winner is Bree Cudmore with Lanark Mona for the 3rd time running. What an achievement. Never been done before. Put their hands together for Bree. And we'll have place getters here shortly, and then we'll move straight into the presentation. Very big thank you to our judge. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief. 21 off, so it wasn't as good as the runs he has had, but still a mighty achievement to be competing at this level. So a big thank you to Judge Rob Hart for standing out there for 2 days to pick a winner for us. So first place is Bree Cudmore and Mona. Second place is Bree Cudmore with Vera Slim. So Bree is first and second. Third place is Andrew Whelan all the way from East Gippsland. Fourth placer is Joe Spicer and Clue. Fifth place would be Lane Eden Rose, and Joe Spicer coming in 6th. So there's the place gettings, the winners and place gettings. Congratulations to all of them, all the competitors. Just stay around, folks. We're about to have our presentation in just near the COPRICE presentation area. Just here doing the final number crunching. So if we could get all the handlers, judges up to the presentation area. Have Bree Cudmore, the winner, to come forward with her dog as well. Okay, all handlers and volunteers, if you could come to the presentation area, please.
Well, someone can have it. Please. Put it next to each other, too close to each other.
On the place getters, winners and place getters. Swing straight into the presentation, so don't go away.
You can carry that too. That one goes to the live stream. Just do it next to each other. Yeah, easy. Are you setting them up from here, or how do you want to do?
I think we'll stand. Everyone will stand out here, and we'll just get people passing stuff out to them.
Right, so I'll move this camera here over to there and do the live stream from out there.
Okay.
Do you want to see these gates back out of the way?
Yeah, at least you bend them around, even fold them up, so people can. Can you just grab that bag there and just put it there so we can shoot that straight? Just swing it around and fold them up. You ready? Just wait. He's live streaming it from there. So you come over here. So do the presentations from here and we'll just get people passing stuff out. G'day, David.
How you going?
And David will get into. I might throw straight to him.
No, I'm not going to speak.
Aren't you?
No, you're
sure?
You're doing all the talking here.
And then I'll throw to you. Righto. Okay, folks. We'll just move straight into the presentation. So a fantastic wrap up to the COPRICE Victorian Farm Dog Championship. We've had 3 big days of competition and we've really got to the pointy end. Just before I hand over the mic, I'd like to very special congratulations to David, the president of Sheepvention. The younger generation is certainly taking over here, which is wonderful to see. There's been a real changing of the guard. So David's responsible for everything you see around here. He's got a great team of people with him, but it's wonderful to see these young people stepping up and taking charge. So congratulations, David. Put your hands together for David for having the courage and commitment to stand up and put all this together. And the same thing has happened here at the Working Dogs at the COPRICE Championships. And there's been a changing of the guards with the conveners. The old guard, some of us have moved aside and a new guard has moved in. So I'd like to acknowledge Jo Ward. Jo stepped up last year to take over this event, running the event. She's done an amazing job pulling it together. She's not just been organising a dog trial, she's been busy manufacturing babies as well, so she's got a lot happening. So congratulations, Jo, on an amazing effort to have all this happening as well as looking after the little one. So without any further ado, I'll pass over to Jo and she'll go through the presentation. Thank you, Jo.
Thank you, Ian. I have a really long list of thank yous today because obviously I have been mildly distracted recently, so I would not have been able to pull this event together if we didn't have a huge bunch of people helping us out. First of all, I want to put out a huge thank you to all of our sponsors. We've got these beautiful Pro-Way sheep yards that make our setup and pack up a hell of a lot easier and give us a really great spot to hold this competition. COPRICE put in a huge amount of sponsorship for us. Dawn to Dusk is here every year. He's got a great stand just over here if anyone needs any collars or leads or any of that sort of thing. Fur Life Vet and Brandt Equipment have all been very generous sponsors of this event. We need to put out a huge thank you to Tim and Alex Curry and Jack Leonard. They got us some sheep for this year. It was really looking a bit touch and go for a while. As all of you know, it's been a pretty tight season here, and finding some dry sheep in good enough condition to run around at a dog trial was fairly challenging. So huge thank you to Tim and Alex Curry. Daniel McLeod has been shipping sheep in and out for us every day for this competition so that we've got fresh ones here. We're not giving them too hard of a time, so that's been great. I've got a big team of people who have been helping over the last few days, helping us set up and doing timekeeping, making sure everything's running smoothly. We've had Marina, Rachel, Lara, Skylar and Ebony who've put in a lot of time over the last few days, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without them, so a huge thank you to those girls. Annie Elliott, who works for Sheepvention, has spent many hours on the paperwork and behind the scenes work. Josh Laddie from the Victorian Yard Utility Farm Dog Association gave us a bit of a hand organising the competition and making sure we were following all the rules. There's a few volunteers out the back that seem to come every year and give us a hand moving sheep around. I think Jim Risdale, Kevin Moyle, David Moyle. Huge thank you to them. Thank you to the competitors. Without all of you coming along and supporting this event, obviously we wouldn't have a competition. Don't forget all of the competitors. There's a bag of dog food here for you, so grab that on your way out. And a big thank you in advance to all of the competitors who are going to hang around and give us a quick hand to get packed up. That would be amazing. Ian O'Connell is on the microphone every year. He does a really wonderful job of describing what's going on out there for the public and letting us know who's out on the field and entertaining us. So big thank you to Ian. We've got a little something for you, Ian. just look, his name will be on there. Don Robertson, I don't know if he's up here at the moment, but he has also for many, many years been helping with Sheepvention and keeping this event, the dog trail here running. I think he might be out the back. And Graham Moyle, again, he's over here, so better bring him up. Graham does a huge amount of the setup. Every year we say, oh, we're going to have a working bee and get everything set up, and every year by the time we all arrive, Graham's got 90% of it done, so we just do a few final touches and have a cuppa, so it's really great. Thank you, Graham. Joe Spicer this year has been the judge for our Encourage and Novice events. Thank you very much, Joe. We've got a little something for you. Yeah, put your hands together for Joe. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll have a little word later.
Yeah, great. And Rob Hart judged our Open and Championship events. Thank you very much, Rob. Now we'll get into our competitors. First of all, we'll announce the Encourage event winners. We might not have all of them here today, so I'll just run through them quickly. In fourth place, we had Lane Eade with Shadow with a score of 171. Third place, we had Thomas Freeman with Paige with a score of 173. If anyone knows anyone who's not here but might see them, do you want to just pop up for them and grab their prizes? No? Just leave it here. Yep. Second place for the Encourage, we had Daniel Now with Ben with a score of 189. And in first place for the Encourage, we had Lane Eade with Rose with a score of 192. Oh,
May as well, just get a quick one.
if the Encourage winners could come up and we'll just grab a quick photo, please.
You want to do them afterwards, Joe?
Maybe, yeah.
Can we do them after? Can we do them afterwards? Yeah, we'll do them afterwards. Yeah. Everyone stick around.
No one run away. Right, for the novice event, in fourth place we had Maddie Upton with Gnarly with a score of 173. Maddie Upton also got our Herdsman Award, so he did a really great job, showed some really good stockmanship, so there'll be a little something extra for him for that. In third place for the novice, we had Jane Lenahan with Mav and a score of 175. Thank you. Second place, we had Thomas Freeman with Paige and a score of 180. And a familiar face now. In first place for the novice event, we had Lane Eade with Rose on 183. The open event, in fourth place, we had Kate Jubb with Cruz on 176. That's all right. Third place, Andrew Whelan with Burls on 181. In second place for the Open was Bree with Moana on 188. And Bree, you better hang around because you also got first place in the Open with Slim on 193. I forgot the sponsors were going to do this. Anyway, too bad.
Well, you want me to step out?
No, you're good. Right, now for the main event. Sorry. Well, we've got the COPRICE Championship. So in fifth place, Lane Eade with Rose on 259. Sorry, Mel. Lane's done a brilliant job here. To be placing in an open event when he turned up here with an encouraged dog is pretty well unheard of, so congratulations. In fourth place, we had Joe Spicer with Go Get a Clue on 272. In third place, we've got Andrew Whelan with Whelan's Run Burls on 275. And for the third year in a row, Bree Cudmore has cleaned up in second place with Slim and in first place with Moana. Again, a huge thank you to our sponsors. We couldn't have run this event without you. Yep, do you... We need to hear from the champion.
Alrighty. I just want to say a big thank you to my dog that's now found a cookie to eat. Moana. Here, Moana. Here, come here. Good girl. A big thanks to obviously the judge, the organisers. They've done a great job again. The person that donated the sheep, they're in really good nick for the season, and they handled the weekend beautifully. A big thank you to my fellow competitors. It's really good fun competing against each other. Like, it's a good camaraderie, and I really enjoy kicking it and picking fun and laughing at each other. It's what it's about, for my opinion. And finally, just a big thank you to both my dogs, Moana and Slim. Oh, sorry, mate. They've done a really, really good job, and I'm really proud of them. And for her to come back in 3 years in a row with 3 very different lots of sheep each year to do it again and again, I'm super proud for her. So she's a beautiful dog. So thanks, guys.
Thanks, Bree. Congratulations. Could we please have all of the prize getters up for a few photos with our sponsors? Oh, Joe Spice would like to say a few words. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah. All good. Just on behalf of the Victorian Yard Utility Association, I'd love to thank everyone that's been involved, the sponsors. To put on an event like this takes a lot of work and quite nerve-wracking at times. So yeah, thank you very much for your hard work in such a lovely event.
Thanks, Joe. Do I turn it off?
Turn that off.
Yeah. Thank you. That one's yours. Sorry.
Turn the live stream off.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, just while I'm taking a few photos there of the winners and place getters.